Oh my god. Muted. Put my earbuds in our ultrasonic cleaner. Or the sleeve. Yep. I've done that a long time ago. Got it so clean. Hello, Pierre. I'm doing good. Hope you're doing well. Colin, Chris, Jay, B. Blake, Melboy, B16, Alan, Otto. All right. I think I forgot to plug in the other.
Come on, Tyson, I have one thing for you.
NT28 Gaming just resubbed. Quirky.
Noah, thanks for 22. There we go. Re-add it. There we go. All right.
Come on, Tyson, I have one thing for you.
Chris_JG24 just resubbed.
Why isn't there...
Why can't it be quirk speed up? Why does it always have to be everyone slow down? Yep.
I'll do it after this race. I'll be
Bitch.
16. I'll probably play Satisfactory after a couple races. We'll see. It's going to be a chill night. Thanks for 4 years, Chris.
And also lightweight kayaks, and that's because they make their kayaks with thermoform technology. Unlike rotomolded kayaks, which most kayaks are rotomolded, you have plastic put into a mold,
to learn about
heat it up and spun, and boom, you pull off the mold, and there you have your kayak.
Come on,
The way they
Tyson,
make
I
this
have
kayak is they have
one thing for
two
you.
sheets of
Mr.
basically plastic.
Flanders
They mold
just
each separately.
resubbed.
They
Me
put
love
like a
you long
clamshell, they
time.
Put them
Flanders, thanks for 45.
together, weld those two pieces together, and boom, the result is a durable and lighter weight kayak. So I'm gonna enjoy getting this thing to the water and giving it a test. Here we go.
I do. Good Mond. Oh, is that so, Flanders? At the rim shop? Heard your mom's the CEO. stupid.
All right, I've had 2 hours to paddle this thing around and test it out.
I know.
Fortunately,
That's what I said to your mom. Fuck. Ah, shit. Oh, fuck.
I wasn't fishing. That would have been the smart thing. But what I really wanted to test was how this thing performed.
I gotta refresh caps. Ah, fucking hell. Let's see if we can gain some SR. You know, I hate to say it, but it's kind of nice being B licensed. I feel like I finally have something to work towards in iRacing. Because I rarely care about the IR. And now I feel like, hey, I have a goal to achieve.
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
I'm not like hyped about it, T-Racing, but I mean, I'll definitely play it, buy it and play it and give it a go. I don't know anything about it. I haven't been following any of the news about it, or I don't know anything, basically, is what I'm saying right now. But I'll definitely get it and give it a go. Does it even have a Steam page yet? I haven't looked. It doesn't, it's not using Unreal Engine? Good. Thank God.
One more lap. You've got about 2 laps of fuel.
Come on, Tyson, I have one thing for you.
Oh,
SL33 per service just resubbed. You will always be a class in my heart.
oh, thanks, Saber. Thanks for 5.
Come on, Tyson, I have one thing for you.
Ian Bevan just resubbed. We love you, Quirk. You might be schizophrenic, but you're good people, Kappa.
Ian, thanks for 67. Hey, Alex. Seen those videos you posted with the dog. Did you just recently start bringing him to a dog daycare? Or her? I can't remember. Him or her. Or not dog daycare, sorry, dog park. Like that.
There's the flag. It's over.
Yeah, dog park. Yeah, okay. Yeah, dog parks are great for them. Oh, okay. Get some socialized and everything. Let them run. I enjoy taking them to the dog park, going for walks. Pretty lucky to have 2 dog parks within 10 minutes. Jeff. Oh, perfect, Alex. Sometimes I think Zoe would have been a really good, like, arm dog. She just wants to run. Even more so than when we first got Tony.
We've put in plenty of fuel to finish the race. The estimated SOF is 2,369. We expect to be fighting for the podium. Five cars left to grid.
0x coming up. Yep. Hey, Racing.
Come on, Tyson, I have one thing for you.
Melboy 657 just resubbed. Don't die.
Thank you, Melboy. Appreciate the 6 months. Oh, that sucks, Bad Dog. Well, when I lost my A license, I immediately went to B 1.45 or something like
Still
that.
waiting on 2 cars to grid.
Ready?
Bitch.
I almost lost my B license with my A license. Pretty close. I've gained like 0.4 back so far. Thank you, Melbourne.
Green flag, green flag. Car right, there's an incident behind. Stay on the left, clear. Car right. Still there, clear. Left side. Keep to the right, there's an incident behind. Stay on the right. Clear on the left.
Oh, okay. Almost lost it. Thanks, Blake. Oh, that doesn't sound fun, that does. I used to use voice mod years ago. It was kind of fun to talk to it and have it do commands for me. Felt like I was talking to crew chief. Probably Flanders. You want to test it?
You're now in third.
You stink. No, Adrian. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Almost got off tracks there. Sliding around. Jesus. First laps of the day. Just gotta warm up. Hey, Big Bird. Oh, fuck! I've been cutting that all week. Didn't think I'd. Haven't had an off track there yet. Oop. Oh well. Like it. Juice. I think you gotta slow down behind. Got some breathing room now.
New fast flat for you.
Have fun. Alan. Start from the pits and win. Why am I having trouble with that corner? Jesus Christ. Oh my, so many mistakes. Hey Jakester. All I have to do is just drive perfectly. How hard can it be?
Got 10 laps to go.
That's true. I could park it, and I wouldn't get any more X's. Then I don't think I'd gain. So. Still got over half the race left. Plenty of time to get into a groove. Maybe the guys up front will make a mistake. Hey, Eviltech. Straight. I'm doing all right. Hope you're doing well. Eviltech. First race of the day. Hopefully we can gain some SR today. Oh, I'm sorry, Pee-wee. I haven't had that in years. I'm sorry. Maybe someday I'll bring it back. Oh, nice, Eviltech. It's always good to get a win.
The car in C1 just set the fastest lap. 4.934. Just set your fastest lap of the session.
Lotus 49. That's a really fun car, but I think I have like a... Oh, fuck. I think I have about a 0.1% chance of finishing races in it. Gained a little bit this lap. 52. What was for dinner? Had General Tso chicken and white rice. Really liked it. I don't remember B16. I'd have to look. I don't use much anymore. I think I'm like in around 50 now. I used to use like a really high amount with little to no travel. And now I use more travel and less. Remind me after the race, I'll look. Because when I would rally, I liked using a softer brake. And I think I got tired of changing between profiles. I'll just use one setting now for every game. I think there is Bad Dog with the Husenfeld. I thought Husenfeld was working on something like that. I haven't used their pedals in a while, so I can't recall. I could have swore Husenfeld was working on something like that. Or maybe it wasn't automatic, but you could keybind it and change profiles or something. DuckTales. God damn it.
Five to go. We're in a great spot for some hardware.
I just can't get into the 204 soon. I really feel like most of my car is not at the half or over the halfway point.
Come on, Titan, I have one thing for you.
Justin 5387 just resubbed.
Justin, thanks for 45.
The car in P1 just set to pass the flat. 4.711.
Yeah, Justin, I'd say it's a little better. I think has a little more grip, especially at the beginning. Doesn't feel as understeery. It's still understeered, but nowhere near what it used to be. Hey, Pierre. I'm doing all right. Hope you're doing well. Can't seem to avoid off tracks here. And I can't find any more pace. But also, I think it's because I'm just driving scared now because of the license level. Yeah, I don't. When. Ha. I'm not. Be a long time, I think. Only bits and pieces of it, Flanders. It looks like it's freaking awesome, though. I don't know how far along he is with the project.
You got about 5 laps of fuel left.
He's wrapping it up this morning. Okay. He had it moving on an axis. Nice. What are you trying to say, Flanders?
You've got 2 laps to go.
Wait a minute.
The leader is running 4.965.
Finally getting to drive again is it a skill that degrades? I suppose, but it'll probably be like riding a bike. You'll probably get into the flow of it again. You ordered the FFB joystick from Mozo? Oh shit, nice. Let me know how it is. Like 4 to 6 weeks away though. I'm sure it'll be good. They've really come out swinging in the sim racing market in the last couple of years. Came out swinging with the flight stuff now.
White flag, white flag.
No off tracks, please. Hey, Alex. I think we'll gain a little bit of SR this race. Why do you have to wait to the end of August, Bad Dog? I'm not sure, Billy. Oh, okay.
The car in P1 just set the fastest lap. 4.616.
Fuck, man, I just cannot drive it well here.
Alright, there's checkered flag. Great job, you did really well.
Okay, my brake pressure. Right now it's 50. Well, 49.8. All intents and purposes, it's 50.
No, my bad. No.
I used
Sorry,
to
did not mean to do that.
run used to run much higher with a lower travel. Like my Venoms used to be like 10 meters or
Sorry about that, boy.
like very little travel and like 100 kilos of pressure. I'm kind of liking a little bit more of a spongy brake now, though. I don't know. I kind of always end up switching things up a bit. Trying to find a sweet spot. I think it was after I did autocross and then I started doing rally again. I kind of wanted something that was... Because in rally... Because in rally, like, you're just kind of dabbing the brakes here and there to transfer weight, and you're really quickly hitting the brakes, and you're not on a smooth surface all the time for a straight long period of time for like 100 meters or 200 meters. And road racing, you can really concentrate on really hard initial braking and then trail off. And then in rally, you're just kind of like dabbing it, and working to transfer the weight of the car, throw it around, to throw it around. So. Well, yeah, V16. I mean, I've raced on a lot of rigs, and I've watched a lot of people race on different rigs and helped people on different rigs. I don't think there's any setting that everyone should use. I think it's individual based, preference based. What works for person A won't work for person B, and what person B uses might work for person D. But person C might like a little bit of A and B. So. Debbie, throttle curve. Yeah, I switched to C log curve today. I used to run this, and then I went back linear, but I'm going back to this. So it's a little harder initially to get throttle. So like if I hold it here at 20 and switch to linear, it's like a 4% difference, 4 or 5% difference. If I really try to hold it still, 25, 21. Yeah, it's like a 4% difference. Wait, question for you. SimiQ pedal is better than the last pedals I have? In some cases, yes. And some other cases, no. If the pedal can't take advantage of telemetry data, then it is just like any other load cell pedal. That being said, I can make it act like any pedal I've ever used before. So it can be just as good or better than any other pedal I've used. Because of the customization that you can do to it with just the click of a mouse. It's not like I'm immensely faster or anything. I don't think I'm good enough to, fully take advantage of them. But are they better? It's subjective, but I would say yes, because of what you can do with them, even though I'm not like really messing with them a whole lot. That's right, Barker. Oh yeah, it's phenomenal for ABS feeling. The ABS feeling is freaking great. Yes! Look at that SR gained. All right. No, I don't think it makes me faster. Um, I think, how do I want to put it? Um, I think after a certain price point, pedals are nothing more than a preference, and like it. I think after like $300-400, it's a preference. Now, granted, the SimiCube pedals, like I said, I can make them feel like pretty much every pedal set I've ever used. That's a huge advantage to them. I can really dial it in to feel how I want it to feel. I don't have to deal with elastomers. I don't have to deal with springs. Um, I don't have to get out any tools. I just click a mouse and make the adjustments. Um, but like, it's kind of like my GSI wheel. It's a 16, 17, $1,800 wheel. No one needs this. It's not making me faster. But I just like nicer things, higher quality built things, you know? It's kind of the same thing with active pedals. And I think they know that their market isn't the guy walking into Best Buy, you know, looking for Thrustmaster or Logitech. Their market is the people that kind of are in the know, you know, and have the money. So the the VRSs felt good. I wish I had more time with them. I got to spend a little bit of time with them in a demo rig, and I liked them. I thought they were pretty good. I liked the springs. They felt good for me. Maybe that's why I like the TLCMs a lot. The Thrustmaster load cell pedals. They're springs as well. I think that's the case for a lot of sim racing hardware, Jeff. Man, it seems pretty pricey. I think if anything, one could argue that the active pedals have more potential to make you faster. Whether or not you're skilled enough to take advantage of that potential, you know, is a different story. Just because of the fine adjustments that you can make. Okay, I need to figure out I need to learn a bit more about kayaks. So race starts in 7 minutes. You can watch a little bit more of this video. So I just searched fishing kayak and looked at one of the first ones that popped up. And this looks like one that you could, not necessarily like getting this one, but I put in my cart just to remember to look at some. But this looks like a nice sit on top and you could stand on it. But I have a lot of research to do because I don't know anything about fishing kayaks. Can it, it has the potential to beaks, but iRacing does not send that information for TC currently.
And how it felt as a boat, because you know the fishing side is it's easy to extrapolate how it's going to do as a fishing platform from that. And so let's start like I always do.
800. I know, DuckTales. I was looking for kayaks under 1,000, but like Um, they for fishing kayaks, like really nice fishing kayaks, dude, they get into the thousands, like multiple thousands.
With portability, first of all. Now, this kayak is, it's a 11 foot, 10 foot, 8-inch boat. And so it's in that very easy to
Fishing
move
off the
around
bridge
for
isn't
a
fun,
hard
though.
shell kayak range. Anything out of 12 feet is a lot easier than boats over 12 feet. Combined with the fact that something I mentioned before is 63 pounds for a fishing kayak is very good. For a sit-on-top fishing kayak, I expect fishing kayaks to be heavier than that. So 63 pounds, very portable, very manageable size, good marks for portability. Something else that's worth mentioning is I like these side carrying handles. I could carry this kayak suitcase style, and what I like about them is that they're big, there's lots of room, and so when you do grab them, your fingers don't get pinched, which is a common problem with side carrying handles. They're just not comfortable. So yes, good portability. Not compared to a portable kayak, but good portability. So now let's talk
Looks
about
quite wide.
stability. Is it a stable kayak? Absolutely. It's a very stable kayak. It's stable just sitting here in the sitting position, but it's also very stable in a standing position or in the the elevated sitting position when I drop the seat down, which is a really nice feature. Now, if you're new to kayak fishing, the reason this stability and this ability to sit up higher or even stand,
You just want to see me
because the
fall
perspective
in the
you
water.
get when you're up high, you can see so much better the underworld. You can see cover and structure so much better from an elevated position. Makes a big difference. Even the elevated sitting position,
SUP.
huge difference from this normal
What is
position.
SUP? Stand
Yes, your
up
center of gravity is higher. It's not as
position?
stable, but still a very stable kayak. Next,
Is that what?
performance.
I haven't, Supreme. I would
It can't
like
be
to.
expected to be a speed machine. Being a 10, 11
Stand-up
foot
paddleboard,
boat,
okay.
there is no such thing as a 10 to 11 foot boat that is a speed machine. This thing, though, is a fairly slow kayak. It's designed more for stability as a fishing platform than for covering major distances. So if you're looking for a boat that you can cover big distances on a fishing trip or just a paddling trip, that you'll be working hard to do that in this boat. It's not that you can't do it, it's just you're gonna work hard. So
That's
not
fine.
high performing. What I do like is for a shorter boat, having that drop.
I would rather
skeg
have something
or
that's super
tractable skeg
stable.
Is a nice feature. It definitely makes this boat track better, which means go in a straight line a lot better than without it. It's still very maneuverable, easy to turn around, whether the skeg's down or
Vibe
up.
Jackson
Something
or
to note about the skeg,
Kaku?
though, is
Kaku?
that you can flip it down from your kayak, but I can't put it back up. So once it's down, I have to get to shore, get out of the kayak in order to get that thing back up. Now, that's something with higher price point kayaks.
You can't
you can
reach it?
control a skeg, drop skeg with a rope on the side of your boat.
Just tie a rope onto it.
Side note there.
It's fine.
Now,
Hot snot
something
some
else that
glue
relates
on
to
there with a
performance that I
rope
wanna
is
talk
you're
about
fine.
is the paddle
Hey,
that
Jack.
I'm using. Now, I've been testing out the Wilderness
How much time do I
Systems-
have? 2 minutes. Okay. Yeah, okay. So anyway, Debbie and I were thinking of kayaking, and I'm terrified of it. I don't know why I have like these fears of it that just don't make sense. I had an inflatable boat that I could have punctured by just having a bad cast. And I took that out for years. But for some reason, I just have a fear of tipping in the kayak or rolling over, not being able to get on, or not being able to paddle it that well. I just, I don't know why, but my anxiety is so high with this. And then on top of that, I need to think about streaming it. And so I'm trying to do some study. Yeah, of course. Absolutely. I would be wearing a life jacket. Absolutely. So I'm trying to learn a little bit more about these. And I think Debbie and I are going to go rent a kayak. I'm not sure if it'll be tomorrow or the next, probably not tomorrow.
Damn,
I really
guess no one
don't,
needs
I
to
really don't want to
practice.
go out on the lake on the 4th. There's going to be so many people. So maybe the next day, we'll rent a kayak. We'll each individually rent a kayak, and maybe that'll give me some ideas. Yeah, I don't want to, Adrian. Hey, Ribs. Yeah, my shoulders will probably get wrecked. It'll get used. Well, the thing is if I used it even a few times a year, I would be happy with it. It's not like I can use it year round to begin with in Wisconsin, but if it got me out of the house and into fishing as much as I used to when I would go on the lake, I would love it.
Pungo glass.
I lack motivation for a
is
lot of
a
things.
$315 US paddle. Not a cheap paddle, but it's a very nice paddle. It is a 220 centimeter paddle that converts to a 240, up to a 240 centimeter paddle. It can have infinite twists on it too.
I did have
shaft
a,
is 50
I had a 50-pound trolling motor on my rubber boat with a marine battery that I would charge each time I got home. And it would last me like all day. And it would move that little boat okay. It was a tiny, tiny trolling motor, but it wasn't too bad.
Carbon, 50%
Yeah, I see.
fiberglass. The
That-
blades are fiberglass.
I'm just waiting for it
It's
to
nice
pop
and light. It's
over
about
to
30
quality.
ounces, when all's said and done. But we're really, I know I was testing the
Yes,
paddle,
Armenta.
which it's a nice paddle. $315 is a lot of money for any paddle, but you get what you pay for with paddles. And
Well, holy fuck, that's $315. It doesn't come with it? I thought it would come with a paddle. I missed what he said. Yeah, I think like a John boat would be nice.
small touring style blades. You're not going to get a
Okay,
ton of-
let's-
Something else that relates to performance that I want to talk about is the paddle that I'm using. Now, I've been testing out the Wilderness Systems Pungo glass paddle.
Okay, so this is a different paddle he was talking. Okay.
particularly important for this type of kayak where you have this low sitting position and a higher sitting position. When you flip this thing into the higher sitting position and you're sitting that much higher, and it's considerably higher that you're sitting, it's a big advantage to have a longer paddle when you're sitting that high so you can reach the water. You're not having to reach down to the water with each stroke that you take. And so in that kind of scenario,
I think even if that's considered a slow kayak, it would still be better than my inflatable boat that I had. That thing was tough to maneuver. Imagine sitting on top of a balloon and trying to get it going in a lake with the wind and everything. So I think the kayak would be just find a paddle. And if I don't use it a whole lot, but as long as I don't want to take it out every day. But if I could take it out like once a week even, and if it lasts me like a decade, that'd be great. I had my rubber boat, my inflatable, for like 7 years. I'd imagine a kayak would last a longer time. The paddles for that rubber boat I had was so bad. Oh my god. Each time you put the paddle in the water and you went to go paddle, it felt like it was gonna snap. Yeah, daily crossword. I think I should also look into that.
Green flag, green
I'd
flag.
have to also look in. I need to look into transport methods.
Okay,
My car,
here comes your first time
I don't
back.
have roof racks, but I do have the rails or whatever where I could easily attach them. And Debbie's car already has roof rack.
You've got about 2 laps of fuel.
Yeah, we got our money's worth out of that boat for sure. We used it a lot within the first probably 3 years we had it. We both went out on the lake a lot. It was so nice. Debbie would fall asleep. Oh, okay, Daily. Nice. See, if we were to get one for Debbie, a kayak for Debbie, it'd be so much cheaper. We wouldn't need to get a super specialized one like for fishing that's stable and a comfy seat and everything. Or a fishing position. She just wants to jump in and go relax and paddle.
One more lap. You have about 1 lap of fuel left.
And the open set just feels like it turns so much better. I stepped against this. Oh, she would beat me. I think if I get a fishing kayak, especially I'll sit on top and one that's stable enough to stand on, there's no way it's gonna have any kind of speed, be built for any kind of speed, you know?
Checkered flag.
That'd be
checkered
like
flag.
I'll put a motor on mine. You could give me a paddling, yeah. You don't know what car to buy next? Kind of over GT3 Bop. You don't know what car to buy next? What do you mean, like the next GT3? Or what? Like just you know, I actually looked at some of these um before we got the boat. I've seen people fish from these. I think it'd be tough to stream from though.
We've put in plenty of fuel to finish the race. The estimated strength of field is 2,604.
Hopefully we can minimize our incidents.
Green flag, green flag.
Maybe I feel. God dang it! I really need to set up my clutch. No, the start wasn't that bad. It's just I don't have the clutch set up. Hey, Screech. Doing alright. Hope you're doing well. Trying to gain some SR. We just got our whole number jump, so 2.4 now. I'm struggling at this track to not get off track, so in a Porsche Cup race here, Justin. I went from A license to almost C license in one race. 26 incident points, I think. My first DQ in a very long time.
The next car's the leader.
Well, I was at like a 1.4, I think, or 1.3, something like that. And I dropped down to B 1.45. Yes, with 26. I can look back at the results. I guess instead of just trying to remember, I could just look at the results and tell you the exact number. But it was low A license, and then I fell to B 1.4 something. Oops. Man, hitting that curb really screws you. It was just a bad race. I had someone rejoin basically perpendicular to the track, or like 90 degrees to the track, slammed on my brakes, got rear-ended, and then touched a guy, got a 4X, touched a guy again, got a 4X, a bunch of off tracks, and then at the end I was too concentrated on the 4X that I just wasn't paying attention, lost control on this corner coming out. Slid. Got lost control, DQ. It's been 2 years since I lost my license. 2 freaking years. And before that, it was like 2 years. Red Bull Ring didn't do me a whole lot of favors. It's crazy, like, it can be so track dependent.
You've got the fastest lap.
Come on, Tyson, I have one thing for you.
Nigel underscore Carruthers just resubbed. Wow. 31 months of watching my favorite B-class iRacer. Wow. LLLLLLLLL. Bitch.
Nigel, thanks for 31. Hey, Nathan. Yeah. Tooth Fairy came down and just plucked my SR. Today, no, Scrooge. Not today.
You just hit the fastest lap.
I did the fishing string, MJ.
Car right. Still there. Still there. Stay on the
It was
left.
like an hour-long stream, and then I got frustrated and stopped. The place I went probably wasn't ideal. It was like 70 miles round trip, and I was just, I don't know. At the beginning of the season, it probably would have been fine there, but it was not, I don't think, a good spot to go, because there's a lot of people traffic and noise. I also want to, like, if I actually get out and fish, I want to do something about my tackle and try to learn again. So I just don't know a whole lot anymore, like what colors to use for what types of lures anymore. All of my stuff's like 10 plus years old, and like my plastic worms and stuff, and it's, I think it'd be nice to just kind of start fresh. Like a lot of my buzz baits and spinner baits, nearly all of them, the hooks are rusted and the skirts are completely torn on them. The blades are kind of messed up, and it's some of the stuff that I have is still in good shape, but I think I'd probably only salvage like 20-30% of what I have. I'd like to get some spinner baits, maybe some that are decent in weeds. The train tracks, yeah, Strayborn, so I went off of them. Hey, Carol. No, Beaks.
Deleted jitter 4.582.
The last time I was there, the train tracks didn't have any notices about trespassing. And this time there was. I was like, okay. I ignored it at first, and then I was like, yeah, maybe we should probably not be on the train tracks. I didn't know it was a private company. I thought it was public. You know, that our taxes help pay for. Because then it wouldn't be trespassing, but... oh well. I thought maybe at the start it was just going to be the bridge. But, oh well. We weren't on the tracks long, like 20 minutes maybe. Hi, Simon. Good night, Simon. Hey, halfway through without an incident point. Alright. Or just about halfway. Hey, Wolfie. I feel like I'm on cruise control. Just trying to focus on 0x. Blend it? Yeah, maybe. It is a nice looking shade of red, yeah. Fucking red, Risu. It's green, yes. I hate you guys.
You got 5 laps to go. Keep it up. We're in a great spot.
The wheel, GSI Hyper P1. Aww. Rip the dream of Zero X. God, I hate driving like this. I feel like I'm being too cautious. Following him through corners. This is open, yeah.
You have about 5 laps of fuel left.
Still doing good though. Just one incident point. What wing am I? I have no idea. I just load the set and hit grid. No idea. I didn't look before I gridded.
You just hit the fastest lap.
I can tell you after the race, though. Oh, I'm sure this is lower than 8. Is the next Enduro? I don't know. I have no idea, Carol.
Car right. Keep to the left. Clear on the right.
Uh-oh. 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 Skill issue. Alright. Well, at least it's only an off track, not loss of control. Uh-oh. The second I started downshifting, I knew I did it was wrong.
Two left to go. Two to go. The leader just did a 4.68.
Braked a little too late, a little too hard. Oh well. Good race until then, though. Yeah, Alex. How dare he win? That's alright though. If I can keep just the 2 incident points, that'd be great.
Last lap.
Peak up. Scrooge.
You've got the fastest lap.
Amazon shopping, yes. Research mixed in with peak up.
You've got about 2 laps of fuel.
What are we buying? Oh, it's just something I'm thinking of getting. Uh-oh. No, no X. Oh. Fuck.
Checkered flag, checkered flag.
God dang it.
You're right, Tyson.
Great
Literally
job.
almost
You
made
did
me
really
shit
well.
myself for 12 laps.
Yeah, good race. Dang it.
I know you're much faster than I am, but it's very hard to pass on this track. I used every bit of that.
Yeah, I think maybe I was going too conservative. I'm trying to get my A license back, and it's tough to drive here without getting an X.
Come on, Tyson, I have one thing for you.
Eric Ganine just resubbed. Howdy ho Quirkerino plus chat.
Eric, thanks for 54. What are we doing tomorrow? I don't know. Let's pay that. And a couple people got 0. Well, tomorrow's definitely not the day that I want to go rent a kayak, Debbie. I mean, if we did, it would have to be very early, like right when they open, but I don't know if I'm gonna be up. Oh, wing. Wing 9. Oh, Sim Dog. What is the default set? Or the fixed set? Oh wow, the fixed set is less wing. I always thought this car ran minimum wing. Well, maybe since the update it changed. Let's see what we gained. SR 0.18. Ugh. Those 3 incident points, dang it. Skippy, Arrow. Open license. Open wheeler. All right, back to learning.
And also lightweight kayaks. And that's because they make their kayaks with thermoform technology. Unlike rotomolded kayaks, which most kayaks are rotomolded, you have plastic put into a mold and heated up and spun, and boom, you pull off the mold and there you have your kayak. The way they make this kayak is they have 2 sheets of basically plastic. They mold each separately and they put like a clamshell. Particularly important for this type of kayak where you have this low sitting position and a higher sitting position. When you flip this thing into the higher sitting position and you're sitting that much higher, and it's considerably higher that you're sitting,
Kayak word?
it's a big advantage to have a longer paddle when you're sitting that high so you can reach the water. You're not having to reach down to the water with each stroke that you take. And so in that kind of scenario, having an adjustable paddle makes a lot of sense. Now when I'm just paddling like this in the sitting position, I was using the paddle. All right, so now comfort. Look at me. I'm sitting cross-legged in a kayak. I can sit in a low position. I can sit in a high position. I can stand. I mean, it's a comfortable kayak. Suspension seats, I've said it once, I'll say it 1,000 times. They are the ticket for me. They fit and form to almost any butt shape. It's a nice wide seat, and so it'll fit most butts very well. If I was going to be picky about the seat, I'd say, the support is pretty high. Wouldn't mind if there's more lumbar support, low back support, but I'm being picky. I'm being picky.
Going all right, Pierre.
It's a very comfortable
Gaining
platform.
SR.
Now, something that's worth talking about with comfort is sizing and comfort. Now, I'm 6'2", and about 34-inch inseam, something like that. I'm pretty legged, and the foot pegs are all the way forward. There's a ton of room here. I mean, to use these first foot peg notches, you'd have to be real small. But, I'm maxing this thing out at 6'2", so anyone taller than this is not going to be comfortable because their knees are going to be up too high and it gets in the way of paddling.
Yes, Jeff. Oh, man.
Now, something else I do have to mention regarding this seat, even though I really like it, one thing that I don't like about it is that it doesn't sit great in this kayak.
We shopping for boats? No, I'm just thinking of, I went fishing the other day and I hate shore fishing. I really hate it, especially because I used to fish in a inflatable boat. I could get out on the lake. And I don't know if I really want to do any shore fishing anymore. I finally have a place to store a kayak. My garage. So why did I get rid of the dinghy in the first place? I punctured it in a couple spots while moving. And it was very old. And I didn't feel like patching it. So I could have patched it, but it is what it is.
It has play. It can slide back and forth.
Yeah, roof rack. I have the slots or whatever for a roof rack. And Debbie's car already has a roof rack as well.
This isn't the first suspension or frame seat that I've had this problem with, and a variety of different types or makes of kayaks. It's not specific to this kayak. It happens a lot, and I wish it didn't, because it's an annoyance when you're paddling and your seat shifts a little bit back and forth. There's an easy fix. You can just stuff something in there to stop it, a piece of foam or whatever you can find on hand. But you shouldn't have to do that. And it is a little bit of an issue.
Fishing
when,
kayaks
you're
under
landing
1,000
a fish, and then
1
all
year
of a sudden
ago.
you slide over. the chances of it actually sending you into the water is very, very low. You'd have to be really committing to that fish.
Yeah,
But,
Pierre.
you know, it's an annoyance I had to mention. So now features, and there's some features to talk about in this kayak.
That looks like such a nice lake to go fishing, doesn't it? Oh man, it's so calm on this day. Oh, what a beautiful day this looks like to go fishing.
Let's start with the bow storage area and the cover.
And my inflatable boat wasn't too bad because I could wrap it up into a tarp and throw it in my car, and I could fit my fishing poles. My old car, I fit my fishing poles, the boat, the battery, and the trolling motor, the inflator, and everything in the car. So, and it took a bit to get set up and ready, and I think a kayak would probably be quicker. So,
that comes with it. I really like this thing. This bow area has always been this limbo
Yeah.
zone for me. Like, what do you do?
yeah,
with it?
I
What
would
like
get
about
a
this is
roof
it's
rack.
wide open. You can take that net right off and not use it, and then you have this big open area there. Great if you had like a small to medium-sized dog that you like to take on your paddling trips. But for me, I'm very much a out of sight, out of mind kind of person. And so when things go into hatches, especially when I'm fishing, it's usually, that's where it stays for the day because I just kind of forget that I even have it. I don't even know why I bring the stuff in the hatch a lot of
You
the
sold
time.
your boat?
Right now, I can see what's there. And so it's
On
not
100%.
N1
I
underscore
like
civic
that.
underscore
The
SI
other features I
underscore
talked
racing
about,
just
the
resubbed.
seats,
Dang 19
which I'm a
months,
big
let's
fan
go.
of, and it's
Hope
being
life
able
has
to
been
adjust it
treating
to
you
that
well.
pedestal
Civic,
style
thanks
seat.
for 19. Appreciate it.
Something else that's worth noting.
Yeah,
is
life's
the
been
water
good,
bottle
man.
holder. I like this thing. I haven't noticed I've had a water bottle this whole time, which
Hope
is
you've been well.
It's not great because I should be drinking more, but it's
Just
locked in
trying to-
place. There's no
trying to
water
learn.
bottle flinging around in the boat, and that in a big,
Evaluate
wide
some
open
kayaks.
platform boat. That's often the biggest complaint I have is that the water bottles are bouncing around. Even if I put the water bottle up there, it's going to be rolling around, making noise, scaring fish, and just being an annoyance. So having two, nice feature. Now, gear tracks on the boat. I'm a big fan of gear tracks for a fishing kayak. These track system where you can mount accessories. So anything uses a T-bolt system, slide it in, you'll lock it down, and boom. You could put a fish finder, you could put a cell phone holder, your GPS, you could put rod holders. I mean, there's lots of uses for gear tracks, except there's not
Damn,
a lot of
that's a
use
nice
for
boat.
these gear tracks because they're in a terrible position. This is a paddle kayak. I have to paddle to move this kayak. My paddle stroke, there's no choice. It's coming right alongside the boat here. If I put anything right there, my paddle's just I can't paddle. I have to paddle like this. So it makes no sense to have a gear track right there. I mean, someone just threw that on as a, hey, this needs gear tracks. It should be up there. It should be, more importantly, behind here, somewhere else other than where your paddle needs to go. This isn't a problem doing something like this if you're in a pedal kayak because you don't have a paddle. You typically don't have a paddle, but in a paddle kayak, you just don't want anything here. Same thing with the rod holder. There's a third rod holder. These two rod holders back here, great. The rods are going to go back out of my way. That's wonderful. Having a rod holder right here. The only thing I can think of, and this isn't actually a bad one, is when I'm standing and fishing, I can just place the rod in there and then sit down or tie my line or whatever. And now that I think about it, that's exactly what this rod holder's for. Once I'm standing and fishing, it's a place to put the rod. Actually, good idea putting the rod holder there. I take that one back. Now, I already talked about the retractable Skag. A nice addition. It does the job, helps this boat track, go straight. Only small problem being you can deploy it from the kayak, but you're gonna have to get out of the kayak to bring it back up. So that brings us to overall value. Well, straight up, $740 US for this type of a fishing kayak. It's really good value. You're not going to do much better, if better at all, for a fishing kayak with this many features. It's just $740 is a very, very fair price. Now, there's a few other kayaks in that sub $1,000 fishing kayaks in that sub $1,000 range, which are quality fishing kayaks, but there's not that many. One that pops to mind that I tested last year was the Perception Pescador, and that was a nice boat too. One of the big differences between that one and this one that I really like about this one is the seat. I'm a sucker for comfort. This one's got a nice suspension seat, whereas the Pescador, you were sitting, boom, on the plastic itself. And I was uncomfortable after a couple of hours of paddling. Not the case with this one. You know, I can't really say much more than that. Great value for the buck. So who is it for? Who should consider this? Because just because it's good value doesn't mean it's the right boat for you. So who is this one for? Well, this is a very versatile fishing kayak. Like, this is a fishing kayak that a hardcore angler could totally appreciate, get, maybe customize a little bit with some more gear.
I like how wide it is. It almost looks like a mini boat instead of like a kayak, like a traditional kayak. It looks like it would be very stable to fish on.
Tracks sort out, and almost doesn't matter what type of fishing kayak you're going to get. If you're a hardcore angler, you're going to customize your fishing kayak. So this is totally a reasonable,
Yeah, way
kayak
harder
for
to tip.
an experienced angler, but it's also a great first-timers fishing kayak. Someone who wants to get into it and just wants to see if it's something they like, or someone who is a casual angler. They just like the opportunity to be able to go and do some fishing in the kayak, but they also want a kayak that other people can enjoy, or they can enjoy just paddling. So it's a very versatile kayak. The only thing it's not for is covering real distance. It's not a fast kayak. It's a slow, relatively speaking, a slow kayak. And so if you like a boat with performance, not just stability and fishability, then it's probably not the best choice for you.
I mean, you could probably throw on a trolling motor on
That's
that
about
thing.
it. I hope you have
If you really
enjoyed
wanted.
this gear review. If you have, you know what to do. Give the video a thumbs up.
Carol. Some kayaks are super quick though, man. They're like built for speed. Not a fishing one though. Don't buy a fishing kayak unless you can handle these 9 things. Oh boy.
Kayak fishing is freaking awesome. That's why I have over 800 videos on the topic. But what might be awesome to me is not awesome for you. So let's go through the 9 reasons you may not want to treat yourself to that expensive fishing kayak. Let's go. Number 1, WIND, the wind. This might be the #1 complaint I get, especially from paddle kayakers first getting into the sport. Not only is it difficult to go where you want to go, a lot of times on windy days, I'll see kayak anglers like tucked back in the coves, protected by the wind. This is not necessarily where they want to fish, it's where they have to fish because of the wind. Wind is also going to affect your kayak positioning in a big way. Like right now, it's windy out today, and whenever that wind hits the broadside of my kayak, it moves me. I have a pedal drive kayak, so it's a little easier for me to position, but if you're in a paddle kayak, it's gonna be extremely frustrating to cast, to your sweet honey hole you positioned up on. By the time you get your cast back in, the wind has blown you in a position where you actually have to, oh, a fish. There we go. There we go. Get this video stuff. I got fish to catch. Where were we? So by the time you get your lure back to the kayak, you're in a completely different position. You got to stop fishing, got to reposition your
Blake's in
kayak
here.
again. And so wind is going to affect that. Also, wind is going to affect how fast you can get places, right? So in a boat, if a storm comes up and kind of sneaks up on you, you can just turn on the engine or rip at 60 miles per hour back to the boat ramp. But in a fishing kayak, you're limited, right? So just a few things to consider. So there are some options for you.
Let me See what my clutch is set to. I don't know if that's faster. Last time IMSA was at Mosport, it was one of the biggest disasters. It was one of the biggest disasters I've had in IMSA ever. On paper, I thought it was a great track for IMSA, but in practice, oh, it was brutal. Hey, Fender.
Come on, Titan, I have
Hey,
one
Wenzel,
for
thanks for the year and a half.
you.
Wins all just resubbed. Hey guys.
Oh, do they really? Okay. Oh, it's gonna be with rain? Okay, IMSA's dead next week. Glad I'm getting my A license. Guys don't have faith I'll get it before next week? Don't they only race the GT3s at Lime Rock in real life? Jeez, Don. Well, I think starting next season, isn't IMSA's schedule changing quite a bit?
Green, green, green.
Like it won't go to any track that has low participation or something?
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
Ah, some little extra money never hurt, Dan. Hopefully it'll be worth it. Community, he does, Pierre. Well, community manager, series community manager. They vote on it. The tracks, I think, on the forum. Oh! Still got one more lap, though.
One more lap. You have about 2 laps of fuel left.
Maybe I can actually get a 204 and fix it. Maybe.
About 1 lap
Oh
of fuel
shit.
left.
That was really good.
There's the flag. It's over.
Go back to that video. So I think on windy days, like it was the same case with my inflatable boat. I didn't go out on very windy days because it was quite frustrating. I think 10 miles an hour and under is when I'd probably go out. On the lake, you don't really have anything to block you, so you get the full force of the wind. It can get frustrating. Bet went all. Oh my goodness, I don't know about that.
How to manage your kayak in the wind. Of course, you can do an anchor, but however, if you drop that anchor, the wind is still going to dictate where your kayak is positioned. So you can install an anchor trolley, which will help as well. There are some more expensive options. I have a pedal drive kayak, so I don't carry an anchor at all because I manage my boat positioning through my pedal drive and my rudder control system. And there's even some more expensive options out there where you can get like a spot lock. I'm gonna murder that rooster. Like, where did it even come from? I'm not even near like a farm right now. It's crazy. And there's some even more expensive options when it comes to trolling motors that have like GPS spot lock, which is essentially like a GPS motor that will keep you.
That's what Corey said he
boat
had.
Position. But man, this stuff gets expensive real fast. Also, another way kayak anglers kind of stay in one spot is they will get something called a power pole, and you attach that to the back of your fishing kayak, and you flick a switch, and this pole goes down into the mud or in that body of water you're at and keeps you in position. Now, the thing is, these things are really expensive. They're like $600 a pop, plus
Holy fuck.
the battery, plus the mounting hardware in some cases. So, like I said, this stuff gets expensive real fast. But wind is like your #1 nemesis in kayak fishing. So you got to figure out a way to dial that in, or it's not going to be a pleasant experience.
No,
The
Adrian.
second complaint I get a lot is loading and unloading your fishing kayak. Now, for most of you, I imagine you're probably car topping it, right? Throw it in the back of your truck. But nonetheless, some kayaks are ultra lightweight and others can weigh.
Debbie. That's fine.
We've put in plenty of fuel to finish the race.
My lords.
The estimated strength of field is 2,466. Green flag, green flag. The next car's the leader. There's an incident behind.
Had the clutch too low. A lot of guys that are around 1.5K.
Pierre_07 just resubbed. Cheers to another month. I always look forward to your streams.
Oh, thanks,
Thank
Pierre.
you for being one of the better parts of my days.
Oh. Wow, that's nice of you. Got a lot of nice messages the last few days. Hope you guys are feeling okay. Pierre, thanks for 5 months. I was waiting for the bitch. Oh, thank you, Pierre. That was very kind of you. This.
Come on, Titan, I have one thing for you.
Fast Barton just resubbed. Bitch.
Okay. Things are back to normal. Spartan, thanks for 21. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Pierre.
New fast flat for you. The car in P1 just set the fastest lap. 4.49.
Zero X is good. Can't catch Hugo. These are the best laps I've done on the fixed set.
That was your fastest lap of the session. The car in P1 just set the fastest lap. 4.408.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Fuck. Fuck, relax. Vulcan, thanks for the raid. See you, Vulcan. Have a good night. Yeah, you sounded like shit. I mean, you always do, but extra so. Hope you get better, buddy.
Running 4.838.
Oh man, slow there. Shut up, Grumpy. It's July 4th. Happy Cacao Day. Man, I was so drunk that stream. Sounds like a good time here. Sounds like a typical day on the 4th. Beer broths. I'm shit at this last sector here. I love brats. Struggling. We're not going to catch Hugo, but I'm struggling to stay in front of Harrison. No, buddy. No, the car seems fine. I don't really know how to drive it any quicker. I just struggling to go faster, I guess. But this is still the fastest I've driven the thick set, so.
5. 5 to go. Podium is looking good.
Ah, trophy. That sounds like it could be a fun day too. Remember the Packer players would get soaked in beer when they would do a Lambeau Leap. They had to ask fans to please stop pouring beer on our players. They get out of the fans and just be all sticky. And just smell like fucking beer. Wonder how many DUIs happen after a Packer game. Ah!
Sorry, Bobby, lost it.
You've got about 5 laps of fuel left.
Finally, a decent first sector again. I haven't been to Milwaukee in a long time, but
Ramon, thanks for a couple lessons for you.
it always felt like it was a dump the couple of times that I went there.
This subathon looks funny. Here's an extra 24 hours.
Maybe I was just in the bad parts, but I just remember it not being that great. Yeah, it doesn't seem like a nice city. Nighty, thanks for 73. Extra 24 hours. No.
You got a slow car on the right. Car stopped ahead. 2 left to go. 2 to go. Go right. The leader just did a 4.701.
Madison's a really nice city, yeah. I wonder if Milwaukee's close proximity to Chicago makes it kind of shitty. Beloit seems the same way. Madison's gotten so expensive though. Jesus. Hey Oz, it's going alright. Hope you're doing well.
Ramon, thanks for a couple lessons for you.
Loot and sell just resubbed.
Loot and sell, thanks for the sub. What a name. Perfect name for an RPG. Oh, hey nerds. Uh-oh. You just threw away a second.
Car right. White flag. Stay smooth. Still there. Hold your line. Stay on the left. Clear on the right.
Is Silverstone overrated? I think that would mean that it's well received in the first place. It doesn't seem to be a very popular track. I don't think it's liked enough to be in a conversation to say it's overrated. God dang it. 4X.
Car stops on the right. Go left.
Good race, Harrison.
There's the flag. It's over. Great job.
Good night,
You did
Debbie.
really well.
Too popular for how mediocre it is. I don't know. I think it's just an. It's a nice track, but it's not exciting. Maybe because it's so flat. Maybe that's why it's not. Like, I think if it had some nice elevation changes, it would be maybe a little more enjoyable. Hey, Blake. Good to see you in the race. Whew. 4 incident points. Man, Hugo only had 3 while leading. Just can't seem to get to grips with this track. Or this car, I guess. I mean, that was the best I've driven with this car. But... Alright, we're still gaining SR, still gaining SR. It'd take a bit. $23 more, so I'm a couple races away from getting to the 3.0 jump, but they need to be very, very low incidents. I'm kind of bored now. All right, well, back to learning kayaks.
Quite a bit. So if you're 25 years old, it might not be something you think about very often, but as you get older, you want to throw your back out because that 125-pound kayak shifted weight on you as you're pulling it off your SUV, and because you'll be out for weeks, or you might even give up on the sport altogether. And that would be an absolute terrible shame because there's nothing like kayak fishing. And you might want to avoid buying a fishing kayak if, number 3, you don't enjoy sitting for long periods of time. I know for me and my Bonafide P127, I could fish 12 hours a day sitting in this bad boy. It's extremely comfortable, but not all kayaks are created the same. Some are extremely uncomfortable, some are very comfortable. So no, the majority of the time, and this is unlike like bank angling and boat angling when you're standing and moving around a lot, kayak fishing, you're sitting the majority of the time. And yes, you can stand up. And I do that every once in a while to stretch. However, the majority of the time you are sitting and fishing. So many fishing kayaks are actually well suited for standing and fishing. So think through your personal abilities and your equilibrium to see if that is the right option for you. Oh, yes, sir. Ooh, that's a nice one. Oh, I lost him, you son of a biscuit. All right, let's move on to number 4. You might not want to buy a fishing kayak if you don't want to get a little exercise. I know the first time I went out on my fishing kayak, holy crap. From the pedaling to the casting, and I was using muscles I haven't used in a very long time. And I know with pedal kayaking, I can get my cardio up pretty good, so it could be a pretty good workout. I just got a hit. I'm goofing around shooting a video, and there's a ton of fish biting right now. I also know that transporting your kayak to and from the water, man, I can be like sweating like a pregnant nun sitting next to the Pope, depending on how long of a distance I have to pull my kayak from my trailer down to the water. Now, I believe that fishing from a kayak far outweighs any of the effort put into it, right? But for some people, exercise is a 4-letter word. So I'd hate for you to underestimate the amount of effort that you have to put into this sport in order to get the benefits from it. And so it might be something to consider before you purchase that first fishing kayak. There we go. Yes, shooting a video, catching some fish.
No, I don't. Just Jeff.
Talk about.
But
All right, next, you should avoid buying a fishing kayak if you have
I would-
abysmal balance.
I would get
right?
them.
A lot of people get injured getting in and out of their fishing kayak. They're trying to enter from a dock. They're trying to enter from the water. They're entering from the bank. If you don't have great balance, kayak fishing is going to be very difficult. So
Debbie.
I personally never flipped a kayak, but man, I always tell people that if you kayak fish consistently, it's not a matter of if, it's
Debbie's
just a matter of
balance.
when you're going to accidentally flip that kayak. Now, I flipped a canoe once. I was up in the boundary waters of Minnesota, and I was fishing, and I was fighting this fish. My sunglasses fell in the water. I instinctively went to grab them, and I flipped the kayak and all my gear in like 6 feet of freezing water. Now, I ended up being okay because I was able to get to shore and flip it back over and retrieve all my gear and get back to camp and warm up. But man, when crap happens, it happens fast. Now, standing on your fishing kayak is going to be a real challenge for those who have really poor balance. Now, there are some options out there when it comes to balance assist poles. I know my buddy Bill created the Steady Stick. The key here is knowing your abilities, right? I hate for you to get into a dicey situation or lose your life over something like this. Always live to fish another day. All right, number 6, I would also avoid buying a fishing kayak if you have the inability to right your yak and do a deep water reentry. If you simply don't have the strength to do that, or just know that far exceeds your ability, then a fishing kayak probably won't be right for you, because you can get yourself in a really sticky situation if you fall out of your fishing kayak and you can't get back in. People will often underestimate what cold water can do to the human body, so you don't want to be in a situation
Yeah, it's
where
a
you fall
fucking
in and the water's
shock.
cold and you can't get back in your kayak. And especially if you fish open water,
Oh, wow.
this is a must. All right, let's move on to number 7. The reason you might not want
Nice
to buy a fishing
catch.
kayak is because casting can be difficult, right? I know when I first started kayak fishing, I had to learn like the one-handed cast, the backhand cast, the side cast, the roll cast, so I wouldn't get my lure caught up in the poles
Yeah,
that I
Adrian.
have behind me up in the air. So, but if you have one rod, it's not going to be a big deal for you. But if you are going to be carrying multiple rods like I do and a lot of other kayak anglers do, then casting, you're going to have to really dial that in, and there's a learning curve to it. I know for me, I also run cameras off my bow and up over my shoulder, and so you got to be able to avoid these with all of your casts. So it's not a big deal, but it's something that I didn't know getting to the sport, so something you might want to consider before buying that fishing kayak. All right, you also might want to pump the brake on purchasing that fishing kayak if you like having just an incredible amount of storage, right? A lot of people coming from a bank angler are moving from one tackle box to a lot more storage options, so this is going to be great for you. But if you are upgrading from a bass boat to a fishing kayak, you're going to have to dial in what you're bringing with you. And here's
Wait, upgrading from a bass boat to a fishing kayak? I think he meant downgrading. There's no. A bass boat would be pretty amazing.
where I think kayak fishing actually has an advantage, because since you can't have everything at any given time at your disposal, you're forced to do some pre-fishing strategy, right? If you have everything in your boat, you're like, hey, I have everything in my boat, I don't need to really think about it. I can just pull out whatever I want whenever I want. But with kayak fishing, it has forced me to like, okay, I need to know what I need to bring, so I need to know the makeup of the water, so I need to go into Google Maps Pro, and I need to go and check out all the places, and I just started doing a lot
Wait,
more
what's
research.
Google Map Pro?
I used to own a boat. I used to just go out there and rip and go, and it didn't have a whole lot of luck. So it wasn't until I got to kayak fishing that it really forced me to put together a strategy, because I can't take everything with me. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's nice. That's a nice one. Come here, girl. Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Check it out, guys.
That's a couple
If you want to catch
pounds.
fish, just start shooting a video. Apparently that's how that goes. Nice one. Oh, she took my crawl.
It's probably like
I
a nice
catch one with just
2-pounder.
one crawl leg. It's not unusual. I see
It's the same fish.
crawdads missing a crawl leg all the time in the wild. All right, let's move to the 9th reason you might want to put that credit card back in your wallet if limited range is going to be an issue for you. So I know on a fishing kayak, right, it's not like you can hop in a boat. I used to own a boat.
Yeah,
You just hop in
Adrian,
it, you turn the
maybe.
engine, and you rip at 30 to 60 miles per hour from spot to spot to spot. When you paddle a kayak, you're only going to go like 2 miles an hour. If you pedal drive a kayak, maybe 3.5. You get a little bit faster when you have motors, but that's not going to move you around a giant lake super fast like a bass boat will. So if you want to have very long range and you have a very big lake that you're going to be fishing, you want to be able to access all of it, buying a fishing
Hey,
kayak
Victor.
might not be right for you. However, there is an advantage to this. Whenever I had a bass boat, I just turn on the engine and I'd rip to my next spot, maybe 5-10 minutes away. In a fishing kayak, I would just fish along the way from spot to spot. And I can't tell you how this has helped me evolve as an angler, because I would pick apart places and I would throw in places that I would never throw before when I was on the boat. And I have been rewarded for this over and over and over again. So it's really helped me evolve as an angler, catch more fish and bigger fish, because I'm not just going to the same spot over and over and over again. I'm throwing and I'm casting and I'm picking apart cover in places that I never fished before. And man, it has been freaking awesome. Now with anything, there's gonna be pros and cons, and what may be a con for one person is not for the other. Now I know for me, the pros outweigh the cons in a big way. There's nothing like fishing from a kayak, from access to places that boats simply can't get to. Literally where I'm at right now, boats can't get to. And so there's a lot of fish that don't get pressured, and I'm able to pick them up on my fishing kayak. You're gonna have access to the shallows, you're gonna be able to fish the creeks, you're gonna fish the rivers. The beauty of a kayak is that it's extremely stealthy, right? It's extremely quiet. You can sneak up on those bass. And I always tell people the easiest way to catch a bass is to cast before that thing knows that you're there. I love how close you are to the water. It makes it really easy to skip your lure. There's something about just pulling a bass out of the water and just reaching over the side, lipping it, and pulling it out of the water. I just love that feeling. I also get the chuckle as I pass the fuel dock. That's always a good feeling, folks. And the kayak fishing community is absolutely incredible. I can go on and on and on. In fact, you know, like I said, I created hundreds and hundreds of videos on the topic of kayak fishing because I love it so much. But it is a sport that requires your respect, because if you don't give it to it, you can get yourself into a dicey situation really fast. In fact, I did a video on this recently, 11 kayak fishing mistakes that could take your life. You can check that video out right there.
Maybe I
Hey
shouldn't
guys, I'm
watch it.
Chad Hoover. Welcome to today's video.
I want to see. Yeah, this shit gives me
I'm going to
anxiety.
show you how to flip a fishing kayak. Well, actually, more importantly, I'm going to show you how to flip a fishing kayak back over and get back in it. Fish on. That's a tow, brother.
Okay, this looks like a big guy, so if he can do it, I can do it.
All right, so listen. If you fish out of a kayak, it is inevitable that at some point you're going to potentially end up in the water. So this is a drill that I highly recommend that you do. Now, I have stripped down my fishing gear for the purpose of demonstrating this video, because I'm not risking losing some of my precious fishing gear to show you knuckleheads how to get back in a kayak. But I would also recommend trying this with some dummy gear if you can, specifically an old fishing rod or something like that, to show how much drag it creates when you've got a fishing rod in a vertical rod holder or in a rod holder that's, you know, mounted to your boat or something along those lines. But what I'm going to do today is I'm going to demonstrate to you how, after you flip your fishing kayak, 2 pieces of gear, or at least 1 piece of gear that you should have on your boat, and how to use it to flip your kayak back over, especially modern sit-on-top kayaks that have a whole bunch of crap on them. So here we go. All right, so for the purpose of this demonstration, I'm going to go ahead and stow my paddle, which probably wouldn't happen in a scenario where you flipped inadvertently, but I'll show you what to do once I get in the water. So without further ado, let's get to flipping.
Oh,
Okay,
fuck.
first and foremost, you just flipped your fishing kayak. The number one thing that you want to do is remain calm. You want to grab your PFD, pull it down, because most of us fat boys wear it loose, and you want to go ahead and cinch down your bottom straps so that it doesn't float up and it's actually assisting you. If your PFD is up in your face and you're holding it with your arms, you're not going to be able to do what you need to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand my way to the front of my boat. The reason for that is I always keep a drag strap on all of my fishing kayaks. In this particular instance, I have the ADS, the adjustable drag strap from the folks at Rogue. The reason that this strap is so awesome is I can simply take it off of the front handle, and I'm going to hand over hand my way down the side of the boat. Again, especially if there's current, you do not want to lose contact with your boat. Your boat and your PFD are life at this point. So what you want to do is you want to take the loop, you want to go through the handle of your boat, take the handle and go back through the loop. Now, I've got the adjustable drag strap set to where it is the perfect length to reach my cockpit. What I'm going to do in this scenario is I'm going to expose the buckle. I'm going to press down on it, and I'm going to make it not quite as long as I can, but as long as I can to where I can get it up on top of the boat. I'm going to take the handle and I'm going to throw it to the other side. That's going to hold my strap. Now I'm going to hand over hand my way back around the boat to get to the other side. This is where the whole bunch of fishing gear comes into play. Now, again, if at any time, if you're
Pierre, like maybe I could do that.
Get a hold of the handle of the kayak, lean back, cross your legs, and rest for a second. The number one thing you don't want to do is freak out, and you don't want to get your heart rate up to further accelerate the problem and end up with a worse medical condition that we had before. The cool thing about this ADS is it comes with the loop already built in. Now you can do this with a Yakima strap, an NRS strap, or one of those types of straps, but the cool thing about this strap is I can adjust it by pulling the boat to me, getting my foot in the strap, just like so, and grab the tag in right here. Now what I'm gonna do is I've got my foot in the loop, I'm gonna stand up and pull and bring the boat to me, just like that. So I'm gonna come around, demonstrate one more time what I did. I simply took the strap, put it over my foot, brought my knee up in front of me, got a hold to the boat and the strap itself, and just lean back and use my body weight to pull the boat over on top. Now, when you've got rods and reels and lures and line and depth finders and things like that, it's going to be a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, you'd have to.
Why you have to commit.
I think if I tipped it with everything in there, I need to commit to the fact that everything is gone and just focus on yourself and getting the boat back up. Don't worry about everything else because it's gone.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip the kayak back over. I'm going to do it one more time. I'm going to show you guys exactly what I'm talking about. So we're going to flip this boat back over.
The race is starting.
So. I'm going to get this tag in. I'm going to lay it right there. What that's going to do with the ADS is it's going to allow me to pull some slack as I flip over. So again, I'm going to take the strap, put it on my foot, grab the strap, line it up with the center of the boat.
Does he do this without?
Grab the tag in, get up as far as I can. You're going to stand up and
this.
fall back. So I'm simply.
Am I buying a fishing kayak? I don't know. I'd like to get back out on the lake to do fishing. I miss fishing from the lake. I really don't care for fishing from the shore. I get very frustrated.
I'm going to pull up and launch myself onto the boat.
Oh.
All right, guys, so here we go. I got this ADS helping me out a little bit. So I'm simply going to pull up and launch myself.
Debbie's sleeping, Max. She's aware, though. She's aware.
Onto the boat. Get the belly on there first.
Oh.
So, what just happened there is I didn't commit. So I want to show you guys that, because if you don't commit, you're going to make the problem twice as bad. A lot of people think that you have to have a strap to get back in the boat, and the strap does help. Get your PFD down, get it nice and secured, all your straps tight, including your shoulder straps, maintaining contact with the boat with your strap. Clear off one side of the boat. If you notice here, I just had a base left on that side of the boat, so I'm going to take that off. We'll go ahead and stow it inside of here. So what you want to do is you want to do what I call the Superman pull. You know, lay out flat if you can. Let the PFD get your torso up.
No, I think it's great that he showed that.
You want to grab the side of the boat and you want to jet yourself up onto the boat so that you get your body over the tipping point. This is the belly portion. You're going to bring your legs in, rotate to your butt. Your butt doesn't have to be in the seat. You just need to get your butt in the boat, bring your legs around, scoot up, regain your composure, get into the seat, get your yard sail organized, and you just recovered from flipping your fishing kayak. All right, so guys, now I'm gonna show you a hybrid of those two. So take the loop from your strap, and again, this could be the ADS.
What do you do with your lost gear? I mean, it's gone. You're gonna have to buy some new shit.
From Rogue, or it could just be a strap with a loop in it. You're gonna put it over your foot, just like so. Bring that foot out behind you. And you're gonna want to adjust it so that when you push forward, you're pulling the boat towards you. You're giving yourself a little bit of leverage. But you're
I mean, if you're lucky, you can keep one fishing rod and then try to fish your other shit out.
not pushing down on the boat to the point that you're gonna flip it again. So you're gonna get sprawled out, and if you need to, let a little bit more strap out, adjust it, test your distance. Okay, now what you're gonna do is, again, you're gonna come up as best you can, belly onto the boat. Once you get the belly onto the boat, again, the number one thing is if you knock something loose, just remain calm. I'm gonna put this paddle back in the paddle holder. Next thing you want to do is...
Yeah, it is expensive to replace everything, but I think it's important to remember to stay calm and don't worry about that stuff, because it's easy. Well, it's difficult to replace hundreds of dollars worth of shit, or like $1,000 or more worth of shit, but it's can't replace yourself.
Is get to your butt. So bring your outside leg in, bring your under leg underneath, roll to where your belly, your butt's now in the boat. You can scoot up to the seat, or you can just take a minute. Get your composure, get everything secured, make sure you're good. Check.
Yeah, respawn should be enabled. Well, my fishing stuff isn't that expensive. I have like my rod and reel combos are probably like $200. So I probably have like $400 in my rod and reel combos. Or actually no, it's probably cheaper than that. So as far as rod and reels go, it's not like crazy nice gear, you know. The rods are from Walmart. The reels I got from Dick's Sporting Good like over a decade ago. Oh, I'm on the race set. Oh well, whatever. We're just here for SR. And all my tackle is so fucking old. A lot of the hooks are rusted. The skirts are all fucked up on almost every lure that has one. Blades are messed up. It's just quite old. Oh, I'm sure you could, Pierre. And then what would suck for me too, though, is me streaming. I've never been fly fishing.
Green, green, green.
Okay.
Okay, here comes your first time black.
There is a nice river that I've seen as I drive down there. It's like, man, it'd be nice to go fishing there. My right shoulder's kind of fucked. I don't think it could handle fly fishing. Fly fishing, you do like a lot of casting, right? Like back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Maybe I could learn to do it left-handed. All right.
One more lap.
Maybe we can get a 204 in the race set. Peanut butter with a spoon. Damn. Ah! Fuck! Yes, Carol. You've never been drunk before. Wow, good for you.
There's the flag. It's over.
Yeah, being drunk is a lot of fun until the next day.
Check your pulse. This is where you can get your phone out of the dry bag, call somebody, everything's good, okay? You're back in the boat. Belly, butt, boat.
Tim Dog,
Get back in the seat,
what's your name in
adjust
here?
everything, paddle back, and live to fish another day. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you get back into a fishing kayak. But listen, here's the deal. Since you're already wet, since you've already fallen in, this is
Simon. All right. Good luck, Simon.
also a really good chance for you to take your fishing kayak and get out there and truly test those edges, those limitations. Where can you put your weight how far out can you go and still recover? You know, can you get away with, like, you know, pulling a Captain Morgan, putting one foot up on the side as the ladies are checking you out from the beach? I mean, are there things that you can do to build your confidence in these fishing kayaks that a lot of people think are tippy? But once you get in them and you truly start to check the limitations and realize, oh, I've got all the weight on one side, and until that gunnel gets underwater, I'm getting support. So I'm really not going anywhere. And listen, if this is any form of consolation, if this fat boy can do it, anybody can do it.
Hell yeah.
Just get out there and play around, test the limits. You know, pick one foot up and see if you can get away with it. And so I've seen people do this a lot. They're out there fishing, they miss a hook set or they break a line, they get the slightest little burble, and they overcompensate and kind of throw themselves out of the boat. So like, for example, I'm Billy Bob, right? Out there fishing, everybody's got the cousin Billy Bob. Out there fishing, this is my air fishing rod, which is similar to an air guitar. We'll be selling Chad Hoover Signature Series air rods here pretty soon.
Okay.
We've put in plenty of fuel to finish the race. Green, green, green. Car right. Clear. Car on your left. Keep to the right. There's an Infinite behind. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the left. There's an Infinite behind. Right side. Still there. Stay on the left. Keep to the left. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the right.
Yeah, that was good. Good clean start.
Left side. Keep to the right. Clear on the left. You're in fourth position.
Good for you. Brady, I suck here. I don't think I'm very good with the changes to the car. I like the car, but I can't seem to get up to speed. Yeah, Pierre, I could have used that. I'm surprised to see such high wings. This car used to be minimum wing everywhere, pretty much. This set is 9. It's higher than the fixed set. This is CSS set. They changed how the wing works, so there's more play on it. Okay. But at least the wing's a factor now instead of just set it at minimum. Okay. Or it can be a factor, I guess. Not tonight, for real. I'm not gonna grind it tonight. But yeah, I think that's probably all I'll do. Yeah, TJ, I think so. I'm pretty sure. Maybe. Actually, no, I don't know. I thought you could. I shouldn't talk out of my ass. I don't know. Okay, for real.
Flat for you. The car in T1 just steps past the flat. 4.399.
Will there be rain
Clear on the right.
up here, or for real? And then no rain. Oh, okay. I'll probably do. Well, if I have a license, I'll rotate IMSA with pickup. Okay. That's what I usually rotate lately. Pickup and IMSA. Yeah, IMSA at most sport is a bit chaotic. And then you throw rain in there. Who knows? Maybe it'll be safer. Yeah, rain hasn't been too bad for SR.
10 to go, 6 on right. You're now in third.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Sliding. I mean, the Canadian track that I like the most is Montreal. Most sports okay. I don't like love it, but I don't hate it. I love Montreal. Oh, I asked my tuner about getting a Burple tune. Because I want to experience it to see if it's really annoying. But I think it would be fun for autocross or some spirited driving. Because I can just flash to it or flash back. Yeah, I know, Carol. Listen, I've never experienced it. I want to just try it. And that's all, okay? You have, oh, okay, so you have no room to talk.
4.36.
I'm waiting for him to get back to me. Well, when I was at Autocross, as far as aftermarket exhausts go, and loudness and whatnot, I was probably one of the most tame exhausts there. Oh my god, there's a Honda there that was probably 110 decibels. Jesus. But it's just a flash, like, I can go back to my current tune, you know? I can just easily change it on the access port. So it's not like it's a permanent thing, you know? The same way, the same way I upgraded to the flat foot shifting and launch control. Just had to reflash it with the updated version. Yeah, it's just something fun to try.
Just set the fastest lap. 4.208.
Oh, really? Carol, okay. Were you here when I was telling everyone that I took my friend out in my car and I was thinking I fucked up second gear or there's something wrong with the clutch or I missed second gear? And I forgot. I did a couple launches and I completely forgot I had flat foot shifting. So I was lifting at the exact time I should have kept my foot in it. And my car's like, what are you doing? You weren't supposed to do that. Completely forgot I had it. Oh, nice, Foxdie. You don't have to lift on the throttle when you change gears with the H pattern. That's flat foot. Just keep the foot down. It's much quicker shifting. It feels great. It's probably not great for your components though. It's an awesome feeling. But, yeah. Is it a Subaru feature? No, it's an aftermarket feature. Oh, the SR grind's going alright. I'm having like 4x or lower races mainly. But they could, you know, they could be better. I don't know how to really disable it unless I just set it for an insanely high RPM. Like, I guess that would technically disable it. Like, I could set it so it only engages at 7,000 RPM, which is, yeah, put it past redline, which would effectively render it unusable. Man, I'm sucking right now. I can't put in decent laps. Jesus. Still 0x though. Four different RPM launch options. Oh, wow. Yeah, right now for my launch control, I can just have one setting. I can set it at any RPM in 100 increments. Oh, that's freaking awesome. You can swap it with cruise control. I have to just hit a couple buttons on the access port and just adjust it there. Ah! Rip. Oh, is yours from the factory? Carol? Because mine's third party. Okay, yeah, mine's third party and it's through the access port and I can set it to whatever RPM I want and then it automatically activates when you have the clutch in and you're at 0 miles an hour.
You got 5 laps to go. Podium is looking good.
Oh, Foxtie, that's right. You're the one with that crazy freaking crossover that's a speed demon. Seconds EV, Jesus. Wonder what mine would do in a quarter mile. I did a test on the Cobb Access port. It said 13 flat. $13.00. Which I'm sure is pretty big jump from stock. Because stock, it's over 14. So if it was a 13 or a high 12, yeah, that'd be freaking awesome. I gotta find the right launch control RPMs though. Maybe it's because I just don't have, even with all-wheel drives, I can't use traction control because if I have traction control, it just bogs down so fucking much, even in track mode. Well, track mode's a little better, but maybe some better tires would help. It doesn't come with launch control stock. No, it's third party already. Yeah, I found I was driving better with TC completely off at autocross. It's 70, Florida man. I have a fan on me as well, so. Hey, Archie. Hope you're doing well. Life's good.
The car in T1 just set the fastest lap. 4.112.
Come on, Tyson, I have one thing for you.
Road Rally race just resumed. How long does this add to the timer?
Doesn't.
You've got about 5
Yeah,
laps of fuel.
I have not been keeping my pace up. Road Rally, thank you for 25.
let's go. The leader is running 4.069. The car in P2 just set the fastest lap.
Oh, that's good, huh?
3.971. Just set
For
the
me.
fastest lap of the session.
See you, Archie.
Come on, Tyson, I have one for you.
Orky just resubbed.
Archie,
Quest
thanks for
rankings.
5. Oh, goodness. Oh, we ran away from those guys. Good.
White flag this time.
Ah, those laps
Just
getting a little
set the
better.
fastest lap of the session.
White flag, please. White flag. Oh, it'd be great to finish this 1X. Oh, all right.
All right, there's the checkered flag.
Now the lap of shame. Hey, Bramster.
Great job. You did really well.
You get extra SR. Man, I gotta get something to drink. Mouth is so dry. Fuck. Yeah, getting back some SR. We were 1.4 or something yesterday. Dude, I haven't done this in a long time. It's been over 2 years since I lost my A license, okay? It's tough out there. Hey, Bubba. Purple tune on your Z. All right, let's. Come on. You can't tell me that's not fun. It'll only do it over 5K? See, that's fine. So it wouldn't do it in normal day-to-day driving unless you're, you know, going hard.
Soon on the website, but you know, you're fishing along. Oh, there he is.
Yes,
Set the
Bubba.
hook and you either miss the fish or you set the hook and then the line breaks. It's like, oh. That's something that just
It's not a permanent thing. It's a flash. It only takes a minute to swap between the different profile. I thought it would be fun for some spirited driving or some autocross or something. I just want to experience it, Bubba, okay? It's not permanent. I could just simply flip-flop my fucking ECU tune, okay? It only takes a minute, all right? So why don't you calm your tits?
Oh, you thought, huh? Huh?
didn't need to happen. All you had to do is trust your kayak.
So what? Well played. You don't know me. You know what? Fuck you guys, okay? I'm gonna ask him to make the most obnoxious one where it fucking goes off at 1,000 RPMs. Anton, thanks for 44. Hey, Storm. Jesus Christ.
Let's go!
This is stock? Well, with a tune? Oh, okay. I just read first and only stock turbo. Adding downpipe and intake does very little on these cars. Okay. For my car, an intake does a lot. Okay. The exhaust doesn't really do anything. Okay, so it's an E50 tune. Okay. I'm kind of scared to go with an ethanol tune cuz my transmission, I don't know. It's pretty easy to gain a lot of extra horsepower if I go ethanol or a mix of ethanol, and I just wanted 300. I'm a little scared to go higher. Passenger and rear seats removed. Okay. Holy fuck. Jesus Christ. Oh, he's going downhill. What a cunt. Just like my SR. Okay, to be fair, negative 0.5%, it's not that big. I'm looking for an excuse, okay? This is mine this is the only time that I did a quarter mile test with my car. It's the one and only time. Because I took it down to Mexico, and went to an open area. It was 13 on the dot. I think the access port is wrong, though. I think my 0 to 60 is probably 4.6, 4.7, maybe. Man, it's crazy how fast that X3M is. Oh, yeah, let's look at the SR gain. $13. 0.66. Oh, shit. Look at that. 3.4. We're moving up. We're moving up. This was your previous 6 zones? Okay, yeah, that's a bit much. That's like my exhaust that I had to take off. It was a straight pipe. It was too much. It was too much. Blew all the fiberglass packing out of it. It was so messy.
Kayak fishing.
5 mistakes every new kayaker makes.
You see me coming up? Stop. We're about to shut down this whole block with the sound they want to hear. To be clear, we put that flavor in your ear. Rock it to a flow, kick it on a drum beat, give you every sound that you want to hear from me.
Hey guys, Dan here from Headwaters Kayak. And today we're going to be discussing 5 beginner mistakes that almost everyone makes and how to avoid them. Today we're talking 5 beginner mistakes and how to avoid them. And I'm not trying to poke fun. I know we've kind of made some fun in the video, but really we're excited you guys are here. We're excited you're in paddle sports. And what we want to do is make your time better on the water. So if you can change or adjust these 5 things, you're guaranteed to have a better time out on the water today. So beginner mistake number 1 is not having the right gear. You see behind me, I have the Field & Stream's Blade, which is a 12-foot recreational kayak, perfectly suited for flat water paddling like we're doing here today. But oftentimes I see people that bought maybe a whitewater boat off Craigslist and it has no keel and they spend their whole day just, you know, going left and right, spinning out, not having a good time.
Driver.
So you want to make sure you have the right boat for the type of water you're going to be in. Another common mistake I see people make is neoprene life jackets. This is a very typical life jacket for boating and wakeboarding, and maybe that's what a lot of you have experience with. The downside to paddling a neoprene life jacket is it's incredibly hot on a hot day. Unless you're in the water, this thing is insulated to keep you warm. The other problem with the neoprene life jacket is when I sit in the boat, it comes up around my shoulders and it really chafes underneath my shoulder blades. So if I was wearing a tank top or shirtless, then I'm gonna have a lot of chafing going on under my armpits. And the last—
You can outswim any river. You should be in the fucking Olympics then.
The most important thing is when I sit down, this thing is up in my way, uncomfortable. It's just not the right tool for the job. So if you're buying your first kayak, do yourself a favor, get yourself a paddling specific PFD. You can get them anywhere. Obviously, kayak stores have them. They're available online.
God, it's going to be so expensive. Why can't I just buy the kayak and then magically $5,000 worth of shit that I need just magically appears?
Even Costco has some good ones. The Onyx brand, Dick's Sporting Goods. Just make sure it's specific for paddling, has good shoulder cutouts, and
I'm gonna look for used ones. I
way
think.
of your seat back. So here I have a paddling specific PFD. This was one out of our rental fleet. Just to show you guys. Oftentimes paddling PFDs can be a little bit more, but we're talking 20 bucks and the comfort is so much better. You see when I put this one on, oh, I feel so much cooler already. But big shoulder cutouts here, so I'm not gonna be chafing. It's adjusted so I can keep it down. It's not gonna wanna ride up. And the most importantly, when I sit on the backrest, it's a nice thin back that's going to allow me to sit there without feeling like I have all this bulk behind me. So much more appropriate for kayaking. The other mistake I see people make is going really, really cheap on their paddles. People think like, okay, I'll get the kayak and then the paddle and the life jacket is an afterthought. You know, inexpensive paddles or paddles that people throw in are typically cheap for a reason. The flexing this blade causes you to lose so much traction and power in the water. So the paddle I'm holding is perfectly sufficient to move the kayak across the water. But a nicer paddle is going to have way less flex. It's going to have a lot more power. And overall, it's going to be significantly lighter. So you're not going to have to beat yourself up over the course of the day paddling with something heavy. So you don't have to spend a ton of money to get a good paddle, but you want to make sure you get something quality. I always recommend the Bendy Branches Whisper paddle if you're looking for an inexpensive but high quality paddle. It's going to last you a long time. We use those in the rental fleet and they work great. For today, I'm going to use this paddle. You definitely don't have to go this fancy, you guys. This is just what I had in the garage. This one's a carbon shaft, fiberglass blade.
Of course it's carbon.
Zero flex. Again, you do not have to spend this much money. This is just what I personally have been using, so I had it in the garage. So I guess what I'm trying to encourage you to do is consider more than just the boat. A lot of people start off with thinking kayak, I'll use whatever paddle PFD I've got, but consider the whole package. Get a decent PFD and a paddle without a ton of flex, and you'll be a lot happier with your investment. So now that you have the right gear, it's important to talk about gear adjustment. The second mistake people make is not adjusting their stuff properly and not getting the most out of their time on the water. So we need to make sure that we're well adjusted in the kayak, that our gear is well adjusted to us, and then we're ready to go paddling. So first, let's talk about paddles. Even this cheap paddle that came with a $100 inflatable kayak I bought has the ability to feather, right? So that means turn the blades on the paddle. Most people starting off are probably just going to start with the zero feather. If you want, you can play with a 45-degree feather, but it's important to know there's a left-hand feather and a right-handed feather, okay? So if I'm right-handed, that means my knuckles are lined up with the top of the right blade, which means I would want my left paddle rotated forward. So when I'm taking a stroke, my right hand lifts out of the water and I can take a stroke on the left side. You don't necessarily need to start with feathering, and I did a whole video on feathering and why I do it, but just know you have that ability to offset, and if you're right-handed, use a right-handed feather. If you're left-handed, use a left-handed feather, or better yet, just put it at zero and get started and feel it out. So next we're going to talk about life jackets. If they're not adjusted properly, when you hit the water,
I don't know if I want to do this one. 15 seconds. I just chill or go to bed. That's it for the racing. Okay.
these things will go whoop, up around your head, and that's what we don't want. So what I like to do is get the life jacket low on your body and then start from the bottom and work your way up, tightening the straps to where they're snug, but they're not choking you out. I always tell people you can always, when you're in the water, cinch down your life jacket more, grab the sides and get it tighter if you find yourself in a long swim. But you want it to be comfortable enough to where it's not going to ride up on you, but loose enough where it's not choking you out. So that's a pretty good fit. Another common mistake I see is when people get in their boat, they don't take the time to adjust it properly. We send a ton of rentals out at the Headwaters Boathouse, and if it wasn't for us helping those people out, they would all go out on the water like this, laid back with their legs straight out, their arms close together, ready to relax. But I like to encourage people that paddling is a physical sport, and you want to be adjusted in a nice upright position. So one, you have comfort, but two, you have support for good paddling posture. So the first thing we need to do is get our butts all the way back in the seat. And then we want to adjust the foot pedals to our feet. Most all kayaks will either have adjustable foot pedals, or some will have molded in foot pedals with multiple options. But you want your feet to be pressing against the pedals so you can push your butt back into the seat and still have enough bend in your knees where you're contacting the thigh support and you're in a nice upright posture. The last thing is to adjust your backrest forward to support this paddling posture. So you don't want your seat leaned way back, you want to be adjusted upright. I've got good back support, my feet are engaged, my knees are engaged, my butt is engaged. I'm upright, ready to go paddling. And then the last part of this is, how do I hold my paddle? I don't want to hold it in tight because there's too much leverage on my body. I want to hold it just wider than shoulder width apart. If I were to put this paddle on my head, I want to see closely a 90-degree angle here on my arm. This gives me a good paddling position to translate power from the paddle blade into my boat and move it forward through the water. So now we've got our gear, we've got it all adjusted up. The third mistake I see people make is how they get in and out of the kayak. I see them do stuff like this, where their bow's up on the front and they're on a boat ramp and they're real tippy and they're trying to get in and they're wobbling back and forth, and maybe they're not super flexible and they're kind of scared. And then, this is the worst, they drag the nose of their kayak across this cheese grater for kayaks of a boat ramp. So the deal when your kayak's on the ramp like this is you've got the tip of the keel and the stern of the boat in the water, and the most buoyant part of the boat here is out of the water, so it feels really tippy, like ball bearings. And a lot of people say that's the hardest part, or maybe they don't even get on the water because they're like, well, this thing's too tippy, I'm gonna flip right over. So what I want you to do instead, hear me out, get the boat sideways or parallel to the shore. And yes, you may get your feet wet, but you will save your boat. Get yourself some neoprene booties if need be. But with the boat sideways and parallel to the shore, now I can use my paddle here for support. I like to float mine out a little bit so I'm not having to pull myself offshore. And now I can step into the boat, lower myself down into the cockpit, get my feet in, away I go. And now I'm instantly stable. I don't have to worry about that awkwardness of launching with my bow upstream. So not everyone has the luxury of a boat ramp. So some people may have to launch and land from a dock. And this can be incredibly sketchy if you're
water
just learning.
shoes right here.
So I want to try to dial it in for you guys so you can get in and out without getting wet. So the mistake I commonly see people make is they just have their boat in the water and they try to just stand up and drop themselves right in. But as I'm doing this, you can see the boat's wanting to move away from me. And then I'm relying on my knees to try to drop myself down in. It's just very awkward and clumsy. So what I want to do is try to create a support here with my paddle, so I'm not putting all the pressure on my legs and on my boat. I do that by putting the paddle behind the seat, pressing down on the paddle and the top of the kayak. I lower both my feet into the cockpit, keep my other hand on shore. What that's doing is it's keeping that kayak from sliding out and sliding away from me. And then I can drop myself down into the kayak while I'm always have connection to the boat and to the dock. Now I'm in the kayak, I'm adjusted right, I got my PFD all dialed in, I'm ready to go paddling. So now we're in the boat, we're ready to go paddling. This gets me to my next common mistake, which is people not holding the paddle correctly or just overall not paddling correctly. So this is not a stroke video. I have a really great kayaking 101 video
I'm so
that
mature.
we'll link at the end. This is just a general how to hold your paddle, how to do strokes to move your kayak efficiently across the water. The first thing is making sure you're holding your paddle correctly. Paddles will have a logo that you're either able to read the logo, but that the scoop of the paddle, if you think of it like a spoon, the scoop is always facing you, and the long end of the paddle's on top, the short end's on the bottom. That's when you know you have it straight. The next thing is having good paddling position. You don't want your paddling close to your chest or your arms.
Is kayak fishing dangerous? Is one of the #1 questions typed into Google around the topic of kayak fishing. I've been reading way too many articles out there of men, women, and children getting injured or killed by one of the mistakes or a combination of them that I'm about to share with you. Mistake #1, not respecting the water. And what I mean by this, especially in moving water, rivers and creeks, when they're high, can be extremely dangerous. People simply underestimate the power of moving water. Just 2 feet of moving water can move most vehicles. Like, we're talking SUVs. Now, how guys and girls get in trouble is they head down to the river or creek, and it is a lot higher than they expected it to be. But maybe they've been looking forward to this trip so long, they decide to go out anyways. And that's where they end up getting themselves in trouble. Low-head dams are notorious for taking lives on rivers. You don't know what undercuts and strainers and sweepers are. Just do a little bit of research before you head out onto moving water. And also the surf. People underestimate the power of the surf. I just had Larry Milton Jr. on, and he shared about how he took his Old Town autopilot out on the water down in Destin and totally, completely flipped it in the surf. Like, battery, motor, everything to the bottom of the ocean. Now here's the thing, flipping your kayak can happen to the best of us, which brings me to #2, which is capsize. Now here's the thing, if you go kayak fishing, it's not a matter
That looks like an awesome place to
it's just a matter
fish.
of when before you accidentally flip your kayak over. Just had a buddy text me not too long ago. He was standing in his kayak, he was fishing, he came up on this log, and he was kind of moving himself around the log, using the log, kind of leaning into it and kind of pushing his boat around. Well, that very large branch broke off, around 40 pounds, landed on him. He fell into the water, he flipped his kayak, and all of his gear was now in 7.5 feet of water. And so he was okay, he was wearing his personal flotation device, which is great, but he learned a valuable lesson in tethering. So let's just say he has all his stuff tethered because he had to take a couple days to dive in that 7.5 feet of water to get all of his lost gear. Since you're going to flip your kayak, since you're going to fall in the water sometime, right, if you're really into the sport, accidents are going to happen. Know how to do deep water reentry. I just had a gentleman write me on YouTube yesterday. He's like, hey, I had my kayak, I was in my pool, I was practicing deep water reentry. He said, I'm sure glad I did because there were some nuances to it specific to his kayak. Now he knows how to get in and out of his kayak safely if you were to fall in. Now, if you don't have a pool, not a problem. Just plan on it at the end of a day for you. If you're getting ready to do the last cast, have a towel, have a change of clothes in your car, and just hop out and then learn how to get back inside. There's a lot of videos online.
Maybe I should just learn how to be a scuba diver and
into your fishing kayak. So when it
the
comes to
scuba
mistakes,
dive
there's usually
everywhere
not one mistake
and
by itself
retrieve
that will get you into trouble.
lost
It's
shit.
the compounding of many of these mistakes that really get yourself in trouble, and a lot of times will take your life. So moving on to mistake number
Did I say
3,
driver?
underestimating
Diver.
the water
Diver.
temperature. Now, here in Ohio right now, if I fall in this water, 1, it's only like 3 or 4 feet deep, but 2, the water temperature is like in between 70 and 80 right now. So not a big deal. However, if I were to fall off my kayak in May, when the water temps are in the 40s and high 30s, well, that becomes the problem. So let me run some scenarios by you. If you were to fall into water that's 32.5 degrees to 40 degrees, you have about 15 to 30 minutes before you like go unconscious, and about 30 to 90 minutes of survival. So if you fall in the water that's between 40 and 50 degrees, you have between 30 and 90 minutes before you're completely exhausted or you go unconscious, and about 1 to 3 hours of survival. In water between 50 and 60 degrees, you have between 1 and 3 hours before you are completely exhausted or you go unconscious, and between 1 and 6 hours of survival. So keep in mind that wet clothes can make you lose heat at 100 times more than dry clothes. So as someone who has hiked the Appalachian Trail, through hiked it back in 2008, you figure out very quickly what are really great clothes to wear when you're out hiking, when you're going to be in all kinds of weather, and what is actually really poor clothes to wear. So a couple things here. Air temp can throw you false signals. You know, if you're out in a unseasonably warm day in May, it's like 75 degrees.
I got a lot to watch. I don't know.
Temperature is like it would be during the summer. So keep that in mind. You're also going to want to dress to swim. So if you're out in cold water, you're going to want to wear clothes that, when wet, are actually going to hold heat. Wool is going to be be your best bet here. Also your synthetics. The worst thing you want to wear on a cold water day is your jeans, your flannel, and cotton. So also your PFD is going to be a huge help.
It's weird. Like, I had very little concerns with my inflatable boat. Let me see if I can find a picture of that thing. I have it saved somewhere. The hell is this? Where is it? Okay, well, I had a nice photo of it at one point. Hey, you guys want to see my old Xbox 360 gaming setup? I don't know if you guys are ready for this. The stereo and the TV. All I want to say is I had 2 tape decks, okay? And VHSs. All right. Does this bring back memories with this UI? Oh my god. Wait, is there details on this? Hey, this is, oh my god. Guys, you want to see when I got a new monitor? I was pretty happy with that. 29 kilos. Oh my god, I forgot I had these pictures. Oh my goodness. These are so old. Holy shit. Oh my god. What the This is in my meme folder, I think. Hang on. Oh my god. So there's the dual CRTs. I want to say I was loading up GTR or GTR 2 here. Yeah, I had hair back then. Oh my goodness. Those TVs were like 500 pounds. You too, please. How you got rid of it? I don't know. Did you give it away for free? Took a sledgehammer. Boy, there's some photos here that I just... Man. Yeah, there's my old gamer tag. It was Quirkataz back then. Yeah, you can see them, but you can't see all of them. So it's fine. Or it's not in like crazy good detail. I'm looking for my boat picture. Oh my god, Paul. They let that go through? Here, let's see. This was one of my favorite photos of the Madison skyline at night. No, Vickman, I don't know if I'm going to do it. And this was 13 years ago. Holy cow. This is one of my favorite pictures of my niece. You guys remember Hannah? And she's 15 now. But this is one of my all-time favorite pictures I took of her. Oh, she was so little. Yeah, she was tiny. I don't remember how old this is, but it's so long ago. And now she's dating and she's working and she's going to get her driver's license in like a year. Oh, God. Jesus Christ. Why couldn't she just stay that size? She thought everything was funny and she'd laugh at everything, and now she just thinks I'm stupid. No, she still likes hanging out with me, but you know, she's busy being a teenager now. Man, there's too many kayaks. 200 kilo bluefin tuna from shore. What the fuck? What the fuck? Holy shit. Holy fuck. Dude, that thing is just cranking the line out. Oh my god.
Nešto radi, brate. Pošto me neću da je zateže.
Holy fuck. It's gonna pull all of his line. Jesus.
Bože, nisam nešto pomio. Mislim da struži. Daleko otišao.
Oh my god. This is crazy.
Mislim da struži. Brate.
That's some thick line. That's some really thick line.
Huh?
How much line can this thing hold? 3,000 yards? Oh, it broke. Holy shit. He put a strap on his crotch. It's a device. It's a device you put on so you can have a better hold of your rod. Shit. I'm gonna get something to drink. Be right back.